Good morning and welcome. Today is the 28th of July 2026 and I'm going to go through my watch list and pre-market prep. Before we do, I'd like to see what news could start the music. I could like to see what news could start the movement of the market. However, I've been doing some code changes, so I don't have my news app at the moment, but I've got the built-in one to NinjaTrader. 28th, we have quite a lot of news coming in today. CPI 9:30, and oil coming in. That's the later one today. And then consumer confidence at 10 a.m. So be wary of those that could move the market. So looking at my chart, we can just go start off with the daily, see where we finished yesterday. Yesterday, you can see it was another inside day. We couldn't quite break out of that area confluence, this zone around 7,500. In fact, we rejected 7,500, and that's that zone there. In fact, I'm missing my profile tool as well. What's going on with my platforms today? Have I disabled it? Session. Where is it? Let's drop down to a 5-minute. That's the session one. Okay, I haven't removed it, but maybe I've done it without realizing. Let's add it in. We are looking at favorites, and then we're looking at volume profile, which is the one I use. There's several of them. I've got loads added to my favorites, not the session. Visible range, that's the one. There we go. So we're back. So visible range, volume profile. So I added that back in. So that's better. I can see where the volume shelves are now. So apologies for that. Where was I? So back to the daily. You can see yesterday in the daily, we haven't really had much of a movement. We're smacked right back down inside that daily range. Look at that volume shelf to the left. We were holding that area. That's where liquidity is today. So I'll be watching that zone. 7,500 above is where we've been holding this area of confidence as well. No surprise, there's a volume shelf immediately above there. That's the reason why I want to get my volume shelf. That's around 7,500, 7,520. So these are the zones on watch. We are still putting in this head and shoulders pattern. Depends where you want to see it. Left shoulder, head, right shoulder, a double head there maybe. We have clear neckline area as well, which is that 7,400 area. And then we have this clear daily support on that 7,500 area. So just in key areas. NASDAQ today made another low on the chip stock selling in the Asian overnight. So that's our neckline there. We've clearly broken it, retested it yesterday. You could argue and say that's our neckline there on NASDAQ, broken it and retested it. So it'd be interesting to see where we go. We do have a nice big volume void before we get back down to this major area support down here, 25,000 psychological number. But look at the lack of volume sitting there. So 27,000, 28,000 are key areas. We're right at 28 now. Are we going to get down to that 27,000? Notice where the 200 moving average is. We are also below the 50 moving average on day, so we've lost institutional support here, and you know that's normally a sign that we could be selling off. So let me just go back to ES. Let's go through some daily and hourly levels. So a bit of an interesting night with Asia selling off. So levels on watch today on ES. I'm watching for a reaction down at this point here. It was the lows from, was that Thursday last week? The lows from yesterday. Pre-market got down there as well. So I'm looking for two potential reactions. I'm looking for a potential bounce around yesterday's low to react, but I'm also looking for it to break down through that area, come back up, retest short into that bigger major support area at 7,300. So that is an area I'm looking for two potential plays. We've got to be going with this downtrend, so I've got to be favouring the shorts over the longs. I wish I did yesterday. I took 2 longs yesterday and both stopped out. Surprisingly, look at that big reaction to it. One of my issues in yesterday was I was trying to go long into 7,500, and I said don't go long into 7,500. I made it very clear, and I broke my rules straight away. And when I did that, I decided to stop trading. But 7,500 is an area to watch today. If we pull back to 7,500, we're right on that trend line. Notice how this trend line's holding. It held it there, there. You could argue there as well. What happens when we get back up to there is also a psychological number, 7,500. Let's watch for a reaction at 7,500 again, short. I'm having a slight short bias today. The only longs I like is if we break out over pre-market high, come back and retest into yesterday's high. Maybe a break over yesterday's high into that trend line. They're the only longs I like. Otherwise, if we break this little hourly uptrend, we put in simply that double bottom. I like it for a short to retest that area. They are probably my ORB favourites as well. Basically, over pre-market high for ORB long against this downtrend, or if we break this hourly uptrend, look for an ORB short down into pre-market low, yesterday's low. That is pretty much it. If we go the same way as the Nasdaq, excuse me, we do have this volume shelf setting up just here, this volume shelf there. It's not a very big volume shelf, but it's around that 71.50. We know that area. We were watching that a few months ago. But the major area we're watching if we do sell off is this major area support. Look where the volume is, down at 7,000. We're way from there. And obviously Nasdaq is looking a lot weaker, or ES is looking a lot stronger than Nasdaq right now. So if we're going to see some sort of sell-off, we want to see some sort of selling off on ES as well as Nasdaq. There is a divergence right now on ES. This is our divergence here. Notice where price is putting in higher highs, and then Cumulative Delta wasn't putting in lower lows. And then we had a divergence. So that's our first divergence. And then we had this big aggressive buy candle at 850. And then we put in lower lows since then. But we're getting lots of buyers coming in. So maybe, even though I've got a slight selling bias, maybe we can look for a breakout over pre-market high, 74.66 for a potential long. Or a divergence play. So we're looking for a big green candle on both the price and on the Cumulative Delta for the long. Go back into this. So pre-market high is also on the 50 as well. So let's look for a break over pre-market high. I do like that today. Moving down to SPY next. SPY filled the gap and some yesterday. So we're now sitting back down inside yesterday's range. Remember, we are inside yesterday's range. So as we spoke about earlier, so I'm going to be scalping it today. I'm looking for smaller scalps rather than longer moves. It's really difficult when the market's sitting inside this stage 3 potential market. Stage 3 is starting to look more attractive now. I'll show you what I mean. We were talking about it recently. We got our stages. Let's draw that there. This is our stage 3 potential area. It's still on Nasdaq because Nasdaq is actually breaking that stage 3 area. So we're clearly seeing now a stage 3. This is a stage 2. This is a stage 1, maybe, or maybe that's a stage 1 down here. And now are we going to put in a stage 4? So this is what we could watch for. Remember, we talk about these. We look for weakness. Notice how when I drew in these lines, I put the midpoint in with that area of confidence. The last few weeks we weren't able to break through it, and then we lost it, came back down, retested the bottom of that trend line. Again, that trend line is subject to interpretation. You can put it there. If you put it there, that's a perfect test on the bottom of the pivots. Again, I only use zones, so it doesn't matter where you are, you can have a zone. But that's a beautiful break and retest of that trend line on the Nasdaq, and we've been watching this now for several days. I keep saying this. I was looking for a potential short. I mentioned this a few days ago. I'm looking for a short on QQQ or SQQQ long. That's the inverse of QQQ. And I didn't take it. I totally missed it. In fact, I'll be honest with you, the last few months I've been struggling in this market. You know, done okay, but I've been struggling, trying to find a follow through. and I'm just pleased to be going away after a couple of hours trading. I've not really been looking at any swing trades at all. But my idea was right. Remember we talked about the low volume pullback into that trend line, and then we're selling off on higher volume. So it looks good, looks really good. So hopefully somebody capitalized on that. Okay, so going back down to the hourly length of levels on NASDAQ. I do like looking at previous areas of resistance and support. That used to become, that was the floor, now it's the ceiling. So for me, 28,500 there for rejection. If we can break down below pre-market low, under 27, under 28,000, I like that short. So here's the level here, 28,000 psychological number. I'll only be looking for longs over 28,000 or shorts below. I'm not going to be going short into 28,000. So we really need to be breaking yesterday's low, pre-market low, to confirm that 28,000 level. So keep an eye on that for the short. Otherwise, that's it for NASDAQ. That's a great, look at that great pattern. We've had this pattern in place for a long time, and it's played out perfectly. Even if you were playing points of control and volume shelves, you can clearly see the area of confidence, the point of control there, and then we lost it. The point of control was support, then it became resistance. So looking good. I like NASDAQ, looking very good. So SPX, we haven't gone to that one. Haven't quite filled the gap over there, but I do like the shorts under 7,400 short. Watch 7,400 for the bounce. Otherwise, you've got 7,500 above, so 7,500 above, that's a rejection zone, and it may fill that gap as well. So if we do see a stronger day, watch for a gap fill into 7,500. Keep an eye on that. NASDAQ we've done. QQQ, pretty much the same. We're breaking that stage 3 sideways trend, and it's been on the cards for some time. We've been drawing these trend lines in. For me, if we get below pre-market low, I like it short. If we get above yeses, I like it long, back into that 700 for rejection or reaction. So that's the only levels I like. If we're looking closer, potentially 682, 683 area is this zone here. We can probably go up into yesterday's high. Maybe we can look for a reaction or a short there. If we do find a short at 680, 682, let's just draw this trend line in, just a rough idea. Kind of puts you in that general zone there of fanning down, and it's kind of in that area. So keep an eye on that zone, 685 to 690 for rejection on the QQQ. Oil next, looking rather red today as well. Coming into this area of confluence. This is an area I said watch for a break and retest previously. We broke it, we retested it. Beautiful retest. Hopefully somebody took some oil on that. Let's see whether we get another reaction there. Look for a long over 82. Otherwise, if we lose pre-market low, we might be losing. Keep an eye on a bounce down at 76. Volume void though, so there's nothing there. So in fact, let me zoom out, see what 76 gives us. Okay, still a volume void, 76, and then we're coming into a volume area. So it is an area of confluence there, a pivot there, confluence there. So keep an eye on that zone. It might play out for a bounce. Otherwise, I'm looking for a break over pre-market high now to react off of this zone. We've got a volume shelf there, you can clearly see, which I will draw in from that side. Exactly where we are right now, 81.30. If we get over pre-market high, do you know what? I like what this is setting up. Left shoulder head. Are we looking at a right shoulder? If we were to draw this trend line in, we will be breaking that trend line, coming back and retesting it for the long. So look for a break and retest over pre-market high yesterday's high on oil. Gold next. I still like this area. Are we seeing some sort of bounce? 4,000 is a key area to watch. I did say if we break 4,000, let's look for a trend line retest and another trend line retest at 4,000. We're on the upper side of this trend line, not the underside of it now. Might give us a bit more waiting for a long. But we can't ignore the fact we are in a big downtrend. If we were to look at the general trend, we haven't really broken major pivot. So that's our major pivot, 41.92. So we could be looking at some sort of double bottom or inverse head and shoulders pattern. If we were to go, we could say that's our left shoulder, this is our head, our right shoulder, a break and retest, long, or whatever, however you want to see it. We've got a head and shoulder pattern there, got another head and shoulders pattern here. So for me, to find the long again, we want to be over yesterday's high and over that previous day's pivot as well. But I do like 4,000 as a bounce area. And that will be bouncing off that trend line. So that's probably the only place I like at the moment. Zooming in. So we have got kind of reducing volume on these green bars. Some of it's indecision. So let's look for a break and retest a pre-market low back down into 4,000. Otherwise, we've got quite a bit of above us, lots of potential volume liquidity. So it might be a tough long into that area, but keep an eye if we break out over yesterday's high, yesterday's low, you know, maybe we can get over 4,080, we might see a bit of a move and continue the trend. RTY next, holding this trend line quite nicely. We can see the trend line again, it's a zone, we can draw the zones in there, and we're holding this trend line down here as well. Again, it's a zone, you know, we've got a little bit there as well. So this is what we're looking at. If we lose yesterday's low, look for a break and retest short. I like that because it's going with this downtrend. If we get above yesterday's high, we're breaking out through that trend line zone, but we still got that point of control to watch out for and a big area of confidence. This could act as resistance yesterday, might act as resistance again today. We could see that as a rejection of that trend line. But anything over 29.80, look for a break and retest long. 3,000's got to be a target and a reaction point if we do get there. YM looking stronger in the pre-market right now, taking out these pivots. Look at this, left shoulder, head, right shoulder. Happens to be a point of control, showing us where the neckline is at 52,700. So for me, it's too extended for the long here because we've got lots of green candles. If it pulls back down to 52,700, I'll be watching for a long, and I will be putting in an alert at 52,681. I might adjust that a little bit, but a bounce off yesterday's high. Inverse head and shoulders break and retest. Are we at the end of this downtrend? Or this very small, shallow downtrend? Maybe. Let's see what happens. It's nowhere near as good as being at the end of this downtrend, where we definitely did put in that break and retest, and we retested that zone. So let's see. We could also be looking at a head and shoulders pattern here. We haven't yet taken out that right shoulder, a bit like ES. That's our neckline, so we could also be putting in that pattern as well. So let's just keep an eye on this. Bigger picture in an uptrend, so maybe the inverse head and shoulders pattern might be what's playing out. And then finally, Bitcoin. We've got 9 minutes till the market opens. Bitcoin is broken market structure now. So this is our trend line here. Depends how you want to draw it. You could draw it there as well. Just with the most touches. For me, if we retest 64, I like it for the short. Remember yesterday I said I like 64 for a bounce. We never really bounced and we came close to it. But for now, we've broken what was the floor is now the ceiling. Big area of confidence, massive volume shelf. Obviously not enough volume there to warrant it being bouncing yesterday. But we do have a lot of confidence. So let's see whether we get a reaction at 64,000. Look for the short to trend, to continue with this downtrend, this market structure break. We look for a break and we test under pre-market low. And then if we're looking for a target, we can target each one of these pivot areas. So that's 62,800, 61 or 6,200, 62,000 I meant, and then 61,730, and then we've got this 60,000 at the bottom. So that's our area. Remember, we talked about market structure on Bitcoin, and we have somewhere like 1,000 days of uptrending. What's that? 3 years, and then we have 1 year or 365 days of a downtrend. So we started this downtrend when we broke through that area there, and what's that? Beginning of the end of 2025. So we could expect it to last right through to this end here, to the end of this year, and maybe if we're still continuing this downtrend, that 30,000 area we could expect to see. So we've got 1,000 days in an uptrend, and then we got a year or 365 days in a downtrend. It's quite interesting. Again, you can do the downtrend, that's a year downtrend, and then 1,000 days on the uptrend. Look it up, there's loads of information about it, and it's interesting because it seems to be what's playing out at the moment. That is pretty much it. Looking at the comments, good morning to Craig, welcome back. Good morning to 212, and good morning to Kanath, I think that's how I pronounce your name. I will be trading ES, yeah, that's the one I mainly stick to. ES is my core stock. I go through the other sectors, it's good to know what the other sectors are doing, but ES is what I know the best. I sometimes trade NQ, but I generally stick to ES. So let me just put in my ORB buttons, and then I'll go through the order flow, what we're seeing. So you'll see a new update soon on this filtered level 2. It's going to be a replacement for the NinjaTrader one, and you'll see it when it happens. So I'm not going to say anything, keep an eye on that. And good morning to Mo as well, welcome back. Hydration, water, really important. As your body's made out of water, you need all that water. I have 1 coffee a day. I have some herbal tea. Sometimes I actually get my herbal tea from what's growing in my garden. Thistles, nettles, dead nettles, whatever. It's some amazing stuff in your garden. So don't mow over it. Don't ignore it. And it's really good for you. Much better than the herbal teas you buy processed in supermarkets. But anyway, water is the game. It's good for the brain. Looking at the order flow, we had that divergence earlier. We've got this uptrend on the 2-minute chart, and we're breaking that uptrend. We've got this uptrend now, so I'm not really looking at any divergences at the moment. We are holding that 2-minute uptrend. We're holding that. Well, there is a divergence because we're putting in. We're not able to take out the high on the price, but we have done. So buyers are definitely absorbing all this selling pressure, and you can see that big selling candle there, but we've got a bottom tail on the 2-minute. Let me zoom in, let's take a look at footprints. I've been working flat out on the code over the last few days. I'm coding some new updates for all of these indicators, so that's why my news indicator is not working at the moment. I must have broken it yesterday, so I need to check that out. And that's a good thing to do. Have something to do when the market's quiet. Yesterday I took 2 losing trades and I decided to call it a day, only because I went against my plan. I went long into 7,500 when I clearly said many times, do not go long into 7,500. And I jumped in. I was looking at footprint charts, lower time frame. I was ignoring where the price was, and lo and behold, it rejected 7,500 beautifully. I was done for the day. I would have found a rejection, but I put my locks in place on my Rhythmic, so I can't trade more than 2 losing trades in a row. So I decided to walk. Could have easily unlocked it, but I didn't want to. So it's about having good mindset. So over the next, I'm away on holiday for 2 weeks next week, but I might do a session before. But if anybody's interested, I've got some really good ideas for new sessions. One of the sessions is going to be talking about tech equipment, as it's my job looking at tech, repairing computers, IT support. I'm going to do a separate section somewhere just on trading tech. So that's monitor setup, PC setup, what you need, what you don't need, what's overkill, what's not overkill. So if you're interested, I'm going to do a tech session one evening. I'm going to record it and have it as part of a YouTube webinar as well. But I'll do a live session probably on the Discord. So if you're interested, let me know. Especially if you're thinking about replacing any computers at the moment, a good time to get those questions in. Like I said, it's my business, IT. I've been building gaming machines for 20 years, and a gaming machine is not quite the same as a trading machine. There's 2 different aspects to it. Gaming, you want good graphics and responsive graphics. Trading, you want responsive machines, and you don't care about the graphics that much. But similar specs underneath, a few little tweaks here and there. So let me know, and I think that will benefit everyone as well, especially if you've got any questions about the tech you've got or how to improve things. I did say there'd be something new coming up on this level 2. I'll keep it open down here for now, but basically all the big levels will be highlighted on this level 2. It's going to eventually replace the NinjaTrader one. and it's really clear as well. It comes out a bit like this indicator at the bottom here, the large orders. On the subject of large orders, what have we got? We've got 74.69 above, 125. There's only pre-market. Market opens in just over 1 minute. Mo says, appreciate you always. Hit the likes, fellows. Yes, please do hit the like button. Really do appreciate that. I've not put many videos out recently, and I've noticed my views, my hourly views are starting to decline, so I need to add some more footage. Purely because once I get over 4,000 hours, I can start monetizing my channel, and hopefully the little bits of money will go towards keeping servers running and stuff like that. So that's the general goal. I'm not overly fussed about it, but if I can earn an extra $30–40 a month to keep servers running, then I will do. Hence why I appreciate everyone using my affiliate links as well. Everything I put literally goes back into keeping these things going. Let's turn my NASDAQ on and my light. Obviously, having a PC running 24/7 streaming, it's not free, so everything helps. NASDAQ is selling off, ES is selling off, and the market's not even open yet. So market's now open. So I'm going to be watching for a scalp on the open. I like watching the opening drives, whether it's long or short. We've got pre-market high above. We've got a big gap above. I'm not a big fan of the long here because we've got negative deltas. Massive aggressive selling candles coming in as well. We are some distance from the VWAP. NASDAQ's rejecting VWAP. ES is kind of above the VWAP. So increasing negative deltas, lack of buyers at the high. I'm going to go for a short. I quite like this. I like this setting up for a short right now. Big negative delta on that last candle. I'm only going to go short on a red candle. I want to see some aggressive sellers come in, so I'm going to go short now on that red candle. I'm now short, just looking for a touch of the low. Here we go, that's 10 ticks. Oh no, look at that, it came so close. That's 10 ticks. Let's see if we can get 20 ticks now. Looks good for the short, I like it. There we go, 20 ticks. How easy was that trade? 20 ticks and I'm already at break even. So I'm now trailing the point of controls. The reason I trail is because it's an Apex account and these are live trading drawdown. I don't use the end of day trade drawdowns. The reason I liked it, big aggressive selling coming in. We had lack of buyers, so buyer weakness, increase in deltas on the so we had 84, then 106. I'm out of break even now. Or better than break even, sorry, I trailed out. How about that? That was an easy trade, wasn't it? So we got delta flip here as well. Aggressive buyers coming in, so it's probably a good out seeing that at the bottom. Big aggressive sell, lots of buyers. See those big bubbles? John Jungle, I love the name, said wonderful trade. Thank you, I appreciate that. And that's what trading's all about. You know, I've been doing this now 6 years or so, and it's just taken me the last couple of years just to see this in the market, see this happen in the market. It's probably going to keep selling because of the negative delta I can see coming in. We're right on VWAP now on the 15 minutes, so just beware of that, and an area confluence. So above my screen I have a 15-minute thumbnail open, so it just gives me a quick overview of the market. NASDAQ's looking a little bit weaker. I just make sure I'm out of everything. I'm out of everything, yep. So that's a $500 move that was on all of my Apex accounts. So even though it tagged me out, I got a 10 tick and a 20 tick move. Nice, easy. That was really easy. Bottom tails coming in. Makes up for the 2 losses I had yesterday. Yesterday I tried something similar. I saw similar buyers coming in, but it just didn't work. I was above, and then my second one I went long into 7,500, and as soon as I got in I regretted it. Kanaf says that was pretty reactionary to deltas. How do you determine what you're getting into a trend that may even revert? So on that trade, I saw aggressive selling coming. So on my bottom right corner, I've got a 2-minute chart. Ignore this bottom one because I'm still working on that one. I've got a 2-minute chart on the top and a delta, cumulative delta divergence, cumulative delta. So what I'm looking for, I was definitely not going to go short if I saw buyers coming in. So I was looking for a big red candle, which we saw happening. And then I was also watching the footprint charts. It's really important. Footprints are a game changer, by the way. Let me just go back. And what I saw as we opened was this. We opened at 9:30 there, massive negative delta, which is great. And then we had a green candle with an -83. So there's buyers came in, but we had more aggressive sellers on a green candle. Then a small green candle with low volume, -25 delta. So a green candle with more aggressive sellers, not many more, 25 more aggressive sellers than buyers, but with low volume. So that's a low volume pullback. And we talk about volume price analysis a lot. And then we had a green candle, massive volume, 2,273, only 121 more aggressive buyers. So the buyers still weren't that interested. You know, we would see big buying delta if the buyers are coming back in. And then this is what did it really. We had -84 delta red candle, which you expect. A bigger red delta, lack of buyers, only one aggressive buy at the high. So I knew there's no buyers in this area. And then here it was. 73 aggressive buyers on this big 1,400 volume candle. So I knew there's no interest from buyers. And then I got in on the next red candle. Remember, so I won't get in on a green candle if I'm going short. I saw this big aggressive delta, and as soon as I saw that clear, -336 on, again, less delta than that one, we knew buyers, sellers were back in control. So we had 1,400 contracts sold in that green candle. We're bouncing, by the way. And then 333 contracts and aggressive sellers on 1,000. So less volume, but more aggressive sellers. So I got in there. And yeah, and as soon as I saw the delta imbalance, the selling imbalances, I knew it was going to go anyway. Sometimes you get that gut feeling. And then down here, positive delta on a red candle. I was expecting it to sell off a bit further. Maybe I was a bit tight on my pullback, on my trail out. It did go a bit further in the end, and then we started buying. So here we go, starting to see some deltas here. So I'm not sure what the market's done. I know we're bouncing. 2 aggressive sellers at the low. Means lack of sellers interest, big delta, and then we've got a small big positive delta, and then we had negative delta on the green candle, and then small basic neutral delta, and then a big positive delta. So this is the first sign that we're seeing a bottom. Positive candle, we want to see follow through, lack of selling or buyers in that candle, so some big buyer moved all this, and then we had lack of volume. Look at this lack of volume, so I would have not been interested just yet. And then small delta, big negative delta, and then a positive delta and lack of follow through. Positive delta, probably would have been watching for the breakout of this candle here, the big delta candle. Once we've taken out all those deltas, that price could have gone long. Buying imbalances at low. Look at this, massive delta, 894, 1,400 contracts. Small negative delta. Remember I said look for that low volume pullback. Small negative delta, and then big buyers came in. So probably would have found a long here somewhere. What level did it go long? It's on the VWAP. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe I wouldn't have taken it because it wasn't at a key level, but we're back there now anyway. So that's exactly where it is. Probably could have scalped along there. And then another delta flip. Hopefully that made sense. Good morning to Sunny. Welcome back. And then Kanaf says, okay, that makes sense. How do you set target and trailing stop loss here? Is it intuitive? I have a ATM strategy in place. We're selling off again now, so that didn't last long. Which looks like this. So maybe we want to take a screenshot. This is how I set mine up. So basically, I have 3 targets, three ES contracts because I'm scalping. I'm happy to do 3 ES contracts. I got a stop loss set at 10 ticks. That's like my try to limit my losses to $550 on this move. So I have a 10 tick stop loss. That means it didn't go initially how I thought. You know, I want to see follow through immediately. And then I have a 10 tick profit. So that's kind of just a quick profit or quick stop on one of my contracts. My other 2 contracts, I have a 20 tick stop automatic. This is when I get into the trade. And then I have a 20 tick profit. So basically I'm kind of 1-to-1, 1-to-1. And then I have an 80 tick target on the third. That's the runner. You know, I hit the runner once last week live on this channel. Hopefully some people saw it. It was a brilliant trade. And that is the money maker, the runner. So I always like to have a runner in place. But because I trail, and because I'm on Apex and they use trading drawdowns, I need to keep my stops tight. Otherwise, one ES contract or 3 ES contracts would mount up to massive trading drawdown. And like I said, I've spent almost 3 years mastering trading drawdown to the point where I've just sussed it over the last year or so. And that's why I don't trade end of day accounts, because end of day drawdown's better. But I think trading drawdown makes you trade better because you are taking profits quicker, you are trading stops. When you're scalping, that is. Obviously, when I do the non-scalps and I'm just looking for ORBs, then I will be holding a bit longer. I have a wider stop but less contracts. So I've got my buttons here for that. So we're now broken the low. You could say, why didn't you hold? I would never have been stopped out as well. My stop was up here. That is a good question. Why did I not hold and let it pull back? Again, trading drawdown. If I add my own trading account on here, I probably would have held and let it hit my stop, because I don't have trading drawdown when I'm using my own money. But when you're using a prop firm's money, you've got to go by their rules and you've got to try and beat their rules. So the first 2 5-minute candles are now in. ORB sets up in the next 5 minutes. So I do have one. In fact, one of my accounts on here is my TraderBait account. I've yet to set it up. I'm not on my copier. I've not got it set up on my copier, but I will start adding more funds. So that's purely there for me to stream my other channel, my other stream, which is the Nasdaq and ES, which I stream 24/7. I need money and data account, so my TraderBait account basically covers the cost of the streaming every month. So again, that's why my affiliates really make a difference if you use them, because I still have to pay for data just to keep that stream running. Data, electricity, everything. Right, Nasdaq is looking weaker at the moment. It's breaking pivot lows. ES is holding the pre-market uptrend, whereas Nasdaq's broken it already. So would I be interested in another trade? We are breaking this little downtrend here. We have put in no, we're not breaking market structure yet, so not for long. Lack of buyers on these 2 candles on this pivot high here, the swing high. But then it was volumes starting to trail off now. Look at these low volume candles. If you're looking at footprints, by the way, this footprint indicator, and all my indicators on my website are half price until the end of the month. So I've got a 50% sale right now. I would say it will come up on the ticker underneath me right now, but I don't think it's working for some reason. But in the description there's a link. You can get footprint charts, 50% off. It's a lifetime subscription, lifetime usage as well. You get all the updates for life, no more payments. And I've got a get everything, and if you do my buy everything, I'll throw in a Discord with it as well. That's 2 separate, both at $9.99, but 50% off. So you get lifetime Discord, and you get lifetime indicators, all my indicators I release, and that's on my website as well. So message me if you buy one or the other, and I'll throw in the other one. Go to what? Look at that selling now. Did I say we had weakness up here? Could have found a short there, by the way. But I'm going to wait for the ORB to set up. So this is my WAP, by the way. You can link to it. You can go to, there's a link below. We've got the products on the left here as well. See all. Footprint Pro is usually $600. That's half price right now. But there is somewhere. That's not shown on here. all indicators and tools, that one there, 999, currently half price with my summer sale. Use summer 26 discount code, and I'll also throw in the premium Discord as well, and that's 999 one time as well. So I'll throw that in for free with it, but you need to message me and tell me you bought one or the other. It's got to be the lifetime, the 999 one. And you'll get all my indicators. I'm coding all the time. I'm adding amazing indicators all the time as well. Look at this for a sell-off. Again, do I care that I wasn't holding this? No, not really. I got what I wanted out in the market today. Got my $500 scalp, I think about $550. You know, if you've got 20 accounts, that is a significant amount of money if you're trading 20 paid accounts. So that's $10,000. I could work out in my brain, but I couldn't be bothered, so I use a calculator. So that's why I recommend using prop firm, especially if you're learning as well. I've used Apex for about 3 years, and I've taken some payments out of them and out of Top Step as well. And my payments have dried up over the last few months, only because I've struggled in the market a lot, because the stage 3 market, we talked about the stages. But it's good when I like it when the market's tough, because hey, A, I adapt to my strategies, B, it makes me a better trader. Pre-market low, this is an area on watch. Remember I said keep an eye on yesterday's low, pre-market low for potential bounce area. If we lose that area, we can look for rejection. So now we're going to look at the order flow. So we've got big negative delta on a bottom candle, so not a big fan of the bounce around here yet. But we do have positive delta, smaller negative delta. Look at these. This looks good for a long right now. Again, I won't go long unless I see some sort of structure break. It's got to break the 2-minute chart and maybe the 5. Big aggressive buying coming in at the bottom here. You know, we've got small selling, bigger buyer. And we got pre-market low. Let's have a look on my hourly chart. We've got yesterday's low directly below. That's yesterday's bounce area as well. We bounced coming into where we bounced in the Asian market on that sell-off in the Asian market as well. We do have bottom tail in this area as well from yesterday. Bottom tail from Thursday. So we know there's liquidity down here, so we could see a bounce down in this area. Putting in a new low. How about that? How about that for a good call earlier when I said I like it short? Couldn't have got any better than that. Nailed it. So going back to my ATM strategy as well, by the way, I just showed you, I have it open again. I've got it set to auto break even, sorry, I forgot to mention that. So break even at 20, as soon as I go to 20 ticks, I would have hit my 20 tick target, and then I go break even straight away. So once I get into a trade, I mark it in, I don't limit or anything. I mark it in to whatever I'm looking for, get the fastest response. Everything else is all taken care of. Hope that makes sense. So pre-market low, opening range lows in now, by the way. So the high 74.52, the low of the opening range 74.23. I like this. Remember I said if I were to find an opening range, I want to see it below pre-market low. I love seeing opening ranges taking out other key levels. Yesterday's low, pre-market low. So for me, I won't go short into yesterday's low, but if we take out that candle on increased volume, then I'll be interested in the short. It looks like we're getting close to it. So we need this candle to be increased volume. So the rules are, we have to, for a short, this is we need to open below the midpoint. We need to close below the low, opening range low. And then we want to see increased volume as it breaks. And then our entry would be the low of that candle. Our stop will be the high of that candle. I normally have a few ticks above. And then that's our risk candle. and ideally then we see increase in volume as we enter into that new trade, and that'll be our opening range play. Do I like it with 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 straight red candles, and then more than that, 1, 2, 3, 6 red candles in a row? We do have increase in volume, big initial candle, then increase in volume. So let's see what the next, how long we got left? 1 minute brings. Looks like we are going to be breaking the volume. NASDAQ, my God, it's just sold. That's just died today. 28,000, remember I said? That key area, shorts below. Well, there you go. We couldn't get over 28,000 when we opened. We rejected it, and then it sold off. Hopefully somebody took that short. Claude, welcome Claude. I'm short. Your entry is 75.20, 75.20. So you just got in on the opening range breakdown. Hope that works for you. I'm holding off until I see some extra confirmations. And 2-on-2 took a long right at 74.19. 74.9, nice. A nice bounce off yesterday's low. And then Andrew, crazy wick at ES previous day low, yeah. So I'm in no rush to jump in. I will look for a second trade, but that's definitely not an opening range breakdown for me. I'm going back to Claude, who's short at 75.20. Hopefully you've got your stops in place just in case. Don't hold on to it. If it's wrong, then just cut it. So this is the reason I don't take, this is the reason why I wait for confirmation on the opening range. I don't take the opening range breakdown, which would have been a lot of people do. There's a lot of people who took the breakdown. I wouldn't have gone short into yesterday's low because that's a key level as well. I would wait for hopefully the next candle to take it out. It didn't, it bounced off yesterday's low. So now we're putting in a bit of a buy setup. Look at this, increased volume on that green candle, bottom tail candle as well. Potentially there's a long here. I probably missed a long. We had a buy-in delta flip at the low. Look at that lovely delta flip. Look at it. How great, how good is my indicator? It's literally got the delta flip, nailed it right at the bottom. Big positive delta, small negative. That's what we want to see on a bounce. Small red candle on a pullback. So it looks good for long. Too extended for me right now. Um, 74.40 is it rejected that VWAP as well by the looks of it as well. And I just realized my footprints, let's have a look, are now out of sync. So I've got to work this out because one of my indicators is causing my system to slow down. And Claude says, sorry, 74.20. Oh, sorry, that's I knew you meant 74.20. Sorry, I didn't even clock you said 75.20. 2-on-2 said, quick stab at it to see if we bounce. Good for you. It looks like it's a nice bounce. Sunny says, got a huge delay today, 9 bars ahead of you. I know, I've noticed that. I just literally noticed it a few seconds ago. I'm pretty sure it's down to my indicators. You know, I've got a lot going on right now. This is up to date, 74. Yeah, I reckon I'm processing so much data coming in on all my indicators. I'm going to have to start closing things down. I've got other footprint charts running as well. A lot of test information, so it does catch up. And look at this, the NinjaTrader level 2 is just, it's just frozen as well. This happened yesterday, so I know it's not a good idea using live trading sessions for testing out code. but sometimes you have to do that. Let's get rid of that. Could also be my ORB, that's the one I've not been making changes to. So let me just remove my ORB Pro, because that's a strategy running in the background. That's the only one I've not actually changed. So get rid of my large orders for now, I'll add these in later. Filtered, level 2, get rid of that one. And I'll add the others in later. Okay, so let's see whether that improves. Look at, here we go. Oh, definitely something to do with my code, so I will keep an eye on that. So I will comment still based on my other charts. Like all my other charts are live, just my main screen ones are not, with my indicators running. So current price is 74.30. And then I'll start adding them back in. That's what happens when you're a software developer. You find a bug, you need to narrow it down, because I've got so many indicators I've built. I'm not sure which ones are causing it, and I've been playing around with level 2. I've been playing around with tick data recently and trying to find a really good reliable way of processing every single tick. My Footprint Pros doesn't process ticks coming in now, it processes it later, so maybe there's a bit of a lag in that. You can see the time, it says my age is 170 seconds, 150 seconds, so it's processing better now. So whatever I've just done, removed it, it's starting to catch up. So apologies for the delay. Again, I like using my live. There's nothing like a real test when using live data, especially on the open. That's when I like to, that's why I run them all. So we're right back at the opening range low. So at the moment, NASDAQ's looking weaker. Let me just show you my ORB strategies on TradingView. Remember I said earlier, there's a lot of liquidity down here, bottom tails, bottom tails, bottom tails. Look where we bounce every time in all these areas. NASDAQ had a nice bounce and it sold off. We did have a breaking candle, but it's not an official breaking candle because that breaking candle is on less volume than the previous green candle. We've not had a breaking candle on ES yet. This could be the one. Got 3 minutes to go and it's a pretty low volume candle. Just start removing some of my indicators. And it's definitely not my PC because I've got a really high spec PC. So it's definitely down to a bit of code I put in over the last few weeks, over the last few days. I optimized all of the Footprint Pros, that's running as best it can. And I put in this extra backlog indicator to let me know how many ticks I've not processed, and it's down to, and I can see level 2's frozen on NinjaTrader. So it could even be a NinjaTrader issue, because you know that's their own indicator freezing. All of mine are still running, and that was an update a few days ago, by the way. So just be wary if you get an update on NinjaTrader, maybe hold off. So Claude says, I use GEX to make my decisions, and according to my analysis, short positions are the most likely. That's interesting. I'll be honest with you, I don't know what GEX is. Maybe you can explain that as well. And I'll be interested to know what your analysis is, please. If you want to keep it private, you can always message me on the Discord if it's something you want to keep private. But I'd be interested. I love hearing about other people's analysis. You know, that's why I like that's why I do this live stream, because it's not a massive amount of people. We've got, was it 8 of us in here at the moment, and so including myself, that's 9 eyes on the, no, 9 pairs of eyes on the market. So what one person misses, another person picks up. And I know everyone's got their own strengths and weaknesses, and so I always keep an eye on the comments where I can, especially when I see a new idea. So Nasdaq's got a Delta divergence right now. Price is selling off it. We're getting lots of aggressive buying Delta coming in, even though we just had the last candle was a selling Delta. So just be wary on Nasdaq for a potential bounce. I always think price, I like to say price follows Delta. You know, if you've got lots of aggressive buyers coming in and price is selling off, you know those sellers absorbing those buyers, but at some point the Delta or the buyers or the sellers are going to win. And it's a matter of finding out who's in charge and who's winning. And that's why we use order flows and footprint charts, just to see who is taking control of the market. ORB break now, right now. 10 seconds is not an official breaking candle, unfortunately, because look at the volume, lack of volume down here. So are we seeing lack of interest now from sellers? Are we just resting? We are bouncing off a major support area. Yesterday's low area, that inverse head and shoulders pattern, it looks like it there. We bounced on the Asian low there as well. Let's see what happens. Here's that bounce I talked about on Nasdaq happening right now. We've got a buy in Delta flip. Look at this for a Delta flip. Wasn't much volume after that though. But what I did miss was this Delta divergence, by the way. We had selling, whilst Delta was putting in some buyers. And then we had some sellers come along. Now buyers, are buyers going to break this 2-minute trend? Let's see. Okay, 5-minute trend is starting to break. If we were to draw in trend lines, look at that. So that's our break and retest of that trend line there. We broke it, came back and retested it at 74.24. Buying Delta at the low. Look at that last buying Delta. That Delta flip. When you see a Delta flip pushed up, Delta flip pushed up. Even there, it predicts it. So this is my Footprint Pro indicator. It kind of predicts it pretty well. I know I'm about 30 seconds behind. I didn't reload the indicator. I'm just letting it process it. Always catching up. So it's definitely caught up since I've removed some of my older indicators. So pointing in the right direction. When I'm done here, I'll be doing some coding again. So it should be real time shortly. But level 2 is still frozen on the NinjaTrader. So I do also want to clean out my NinjaTrader. I've got 4 years worth of development stuff on there. So I probably could do a fresh reload of it all. Okay. So 5 minutes definitely breaking. Until we see a Delta break, it's not a long for me anyway. And the Delta is still holding this downtrend. We've got a topping tail on the 2-minute ES at the moment. But Nasdaq, if we see a big aggressive buy come in and aggressive buying Delta, might be a nice long as well. Let me have a look at Nasdaq for a second. We know we had a level in the pre-market, yesterday's low, for a bounce, so that is a key level. So this is an area we are watching. Nasdaq, let me just remind myself. I think we're in no man's land, weren't we? 1 hour. Yeah, pretty much in a low volume. Little bit of, yeah, not a big fan of the bounces. Nothing really until we get to that major support area we talked about earlier. I'll let my footprints are now up to date. I knew they would. So all of those hundreds of thousands of ticks that came in has all been processed. That's why it says here live Q0. So my bars are now in line. So that's why I programmed it to do that, to give me an idea when it's out of date and not in date. So let's look at this delta. Are we seeing a bottom here or are we not? So we've got positive delta on a red candle, a smaller red delta, small negative delta. Then we've got a positive candle. So this looks good for a long. I'm going to find a long, I think. I still like it long. I want to see the 2 minute breakout. I want to see delta breakout. We've got buying positive deltas on red candles. That's a good sign. That means buyers absorbing these sellers at the moment. And then we've got these buying imbalances here. We've let to have the follow through. Negative 14 delta, so still lack of sellers at the bottom here at the moment. Are we going to see a bounce? We're kind of putting in this little bit of a flag pattern. There we go. So not a good sign yet because we've only got one aggressive buyer. We've taken out that one buyer. Maybe we can look for a long. Is there news? Have we had our news? We had our CPI at 9:30. I forgot about CPI. We sold off, didn't we? Hang on, was that 9:30? I haven't got my normal news indicator open, but here we go. So I like the long here. I'm going to look for a long 2 minute break. I'm now long. Broke off that period. I was waiting for the break of these red candles. Big aggressive buyers coming in. 2 minute break. Let's see whether this delta holds. I want to see some follow through. Come on in, buyers. Let's see it break out. Oh, you know what? I just went long into a VWAP. I'm going to close my long. I'm going to get to break even on it. Here we go. Let me just get my... I've just gone long into VWAP, so I'm not a big fan of that. So I'm going to make a very, very tight stop. If it triggers me long, then great. If not, I'm out of break even. Here we go. I'm out of break even. There you go. Small, very small loss, my commissions. Just realised I went long into VWAP. I don't want to do that. And look at that. Positive, only a 26 positive delta. So I think that cost me about $50. Again, don't go long into psychological and key levels. I don't have VWAP on my charts. I have it on my thumb now. I just noticed it. Still like the long. If we can break out over 37, I like it long. Look at this, positive delta. I will consider the long. I just want to see us break out. Here we go. Now I'm going to go long. So we're clearing VWAP. Big push above. Here we go. Maybe not. We can see the buyers coming in. Look at the buying delta. We just want to see the follow through. And there was no follow through. Come on. Back below VWAP again. I'm going to come out. I'm not going to get involved in that at the moment. But small positive delta. I still like it here. I like the delta divergence play. It's just a matter of finding that right entry. What's NASDAQ doing? That's putting in a top and tail as well. ES is looking relative strength over NASDAQ. That's why I like it. That's why I liked it long. This is one of the areas I was watching in the pre-market. A bounce at pre-market low. Yesterday's low. Or if we lose yesterday's low, I like it for a break and retest short. So that's my two areas I'm watching. There you go. That's why I didn't like it. You know, you get out straight away. So on this footprint on trading my eval accounts for Apex. So I'm happy. If it's my paid accounts, I would only take the one win and walk away. But on my evals, I've slightly different strategy. Well, I'm happy to take up to my maximum loss, but normally 3 trades. And with the new Apex accounts, these are the new ones, you only have 30 days. And obviously I'm going away for 2 weeks, so I'm happy to take some extra trades, because otherwise if I don't pass them in 30 days, I think they don't reset, unlike the old legacy ones. The legacy ones are brilliant, by the way. So I've got some legacy ones as well. They just reset every month, so you're not forced to trade 90 days and 30 days. So I like this now. This is that bounce area. Maybe this is the confirmation we're waiting for. Pull back, a lower, a higher low, positive deltas. Just waiting for delta to confirm as well. Dow Jones has a nice bounce off VWAP. Russell 2000 is doing the same as ES right now, same pattern. Bitcoin had a gap. I've never seen a gap up on Bitcoin. It gapped up on the last 15-minute candle. It's unusual. Might be trading view. Nasdaq is looking a bit weaker than ES. Crude oil is putting in a couple green 15 minutes. So are we looking at a low volume pullback? Potentially. Look at this last green candle. I wasn't really paying attention to. I saw this. We had lower volume on that green candle. Top and tail candle into the midpoint on slightly higher volume, so that was rejected by sellers. And then the footprints. Nice little head and shoulders pattern there at 834. That's a great pattern. And yeah, I'm not really convinced it's a head and shoulders pattern here. If price breaks out and Delta breaks out, I'll be looking for a long. I think I'm at about break even today, because I took that winning trade. That's that was a 20 tick winning trade, and then I took a break even, and then I took that 10 tick losing trade, roughly 10-15 ticks I think it was. No, not convinced on the buy yet. John Jungle says GX levels. AI will explain better. GX levels are where ES NQ options dealers have sold a lot of options to institutions and retail. At these levels, the options dealers have to trade violently. I see. So these are areas are from RS. Sorry, remind me what RS is. Excuse my lack of terminology. So that's that retail. Anyway. Resistance. Oh yeah, of course, obviously. So these are resistance support. I got you. Okay. So basically, Claude is saying that GEX is saying shorts are more likely than longs. Well, if you look at the 15-minute, we've got 2 big top and tail candles coming in. Top and tail, top and tail, top and tail were more indecision, but more sellers in that candle, more sellers in this 15-minute candle. And this is that sell setup. Remember we said decrease volume? I don't want to go short into pre-market low. Like I said, I would take a scalp under pre-market low, which is below 74.25. So I do like it short around here. I'm going to try a short now under pre-market low. We've got opening range below as well. So hopefully this might be a opening range setup as well. It's open below the midpoint. Hopefully it closes below the midpoint. Okay, I'll just take a 10-tick stop. Look at this. I like it short because of the aggressive selling coming in, but the buyers absorbing this area. Decline in volume on a pullback, which is a good sign. Here we go. So let's go. If I get green, I'm happy to add back in again. Hopefully this is an opening range breakdown. We've got small volume on that pullback. So currently green on this move. Aggressive selling coming in. We want to see this sell off now, this opening range. 16 is yesterday's low, so that's got to be a good target. I got my first target at 19, so a little bit above. That's a 20 tick. Don't forget my 10 ticks already gone. Let's sell down, coming in. Got aggressive sellers still coming in. I still like the selling. We got reducing reducing volume on this pullback. I came so close to my target there. Low volume pullback. Back into VWAP. We're holding this 9 EMA. If this tags me out, then I'm probably done for the day. You know, we've got aggressive selling coming in, but buyers are buying back down this pre-market low area. Look at that, a lack of buyers here, and I'm about to get tagged out by lack of buyers. We know that because it's low volume, hardly any buying imbalances, lack of buyers at the high. Lots of sellers came in here, so that 74.28 is an area to watch still. Literally still in by the skin of my teeth. Resistance 200, that 420 buyer is there. Yeah, exactly. Just can't get down through it, and I'm tagged out. So that's me done. So free. That's I'll ignore the break even. So I'm down about 1 hour for the day. Not even 1 hour. Well, exactly 1 hour, I think it is. Still like it short. Look at this. Look at the aggressive selling coming in. But we are holding. So there's a delta divergence right now. Delta price generally follows delta. We saw it earlier when we had buying delta come in, and now we've got selling delta coming in. So I still like. Look at this. Look where I got tagged out. You know it's going to sell off and have the biggest selling day. Nasdaq's looking weak, by the way. If I see extra confirmation, I don't mind getting back in. But you know, I've traded 3 times. I've had my free trades. Oh, look at this. Now this is annoying, but it is what it is. Topping tail, topping tail. Do have buyers? You can see the buyers on the delta candles. Bottom tail, bottom tail, bottom tail. I'm a little bit blind because I don't have my large orders open in front of me, so I closed that indicator earlier. So lack of buyers on this candle to be a small negative delta. Do I go with the trend? No, I'm not going to trade. I'm done. I was tempted to see. I almost wobbled then. So one winning trade, one break even, one small losing, and one losing trade. Although it did tag me for a little bit. So not too bad. Like I said, tough day. Nasdaq's definitely looking weaker. ES is kind of holding. It's been stronger the last few days actually. It's been stronger the last month or so. Well, Nasdaq's looking weak. So we are looking at this area again. This is a potential bounce area. Look at the price. The price hasn't put in a new low. So it's putting a higher low, higher low, higher low. And there should be a Discord link, Claude, in the description below. Should take you straight to the Discord. And I've got two versions of it. There's the free one, which has just got a general chat. I put my notes in there, and I've got the premium. I put all my levels in every day. I'll show you what it looks like because I've got it open in front of me. Only because I use my levels on here. So this is the general one. Every day I put my notes in. I do put what I'm trading as well to make some comments. I look out for messages in there, and then we've got the premium one, which I put my watch list in. Some good levels over the last few days. I've not gone through the last 3 days to see which ones worked, which ones haven't. But generally, all these green ticks are the days, are the levels which worked. Lots of green ticks. I didn't do some there. More green ticks, more green ticks, more green ticks. So generally, I don't always update it. So generally, if it's a green tick, it worked. If it's a red cross, then I'd put a cross there if it failed. But I generally only pick one or two of these. Look at these. 3 of them out of the 4 I was watching worked. So that alone is worth the cost of it, just to get these levels. Again, it's for your own educational purposes only. It's not financial advice, but this is just levels I'm watching every single day. And then you also get economic events, stock trends, news headlines. I'm working on that's going to be a new feed coming in with the latest news. Swing ideas. I've not updated that. That's something I want to be adding to. Biggest gainers, losers for the day. And we've got a members area. We put goals, trade reviews, accountability, wins and losses. Still working on that. Back testing, book club, trading tools, what I use, videos, webinars, which I want to start adding to. And then I've got my trade database. This is a good one. This is where I go through. I mark up most of my trades. Some of these what you see in my book. VPA, volume price analysis, anomalies, other areas I've not added to that yet. Break and retest, get loads and loads of them. Order flow, loads of order flow stuff. You can see loads and loads. It goes back lots and lots of resources. And footprint, all my tuitions on footprints, everything I'm looking for. You know, for example, I mark up every one as well. What I'm looking for, this is what I look for. I was talking about this today, exactly what I was talking about, almost this exact. And then Cumulative Delta, Divergences and Cumulative Delta. So again, I go into what I'm looking for. And I update my trade database as often as I can. So there's not much really to do right now. We're holding this pre-market low area, this opening range, yesterday's low area. We're smack bang inside yesterday's range, so it's a tough day. And we are breaking the last 5 minute candle though. We do have a delta candle coming in as well, a delta flip. So always pay attention to them. But I definitely need to find out what line of code is holding up my platform at the moment, because things slow right down. Let me just take a quick screenshot as a reminder. I've not found anything major really, but so I reckon it could be NinjaTrader. Like I said, NinjaTrader's level 2 is already frozen today. get rid of these as well, because I think these might be slowing things down. Order flow. So I'm just doing a bug report for NinjaTrader because they're level 2, because I'm a NinjaTrader developer, so I do like to report any bugs I find to them. So give me 2 seconds. It's nice because some of the bugs I report, I've seen fixes in newer versions, so they do pay attention. And like I said, I know it's not my platform. I'll show you the performance of my platform. I'm confident it's barely doing anything. So this is my machine. 95 gigs of memory. I'm only using 37, so it's definitely not my memory. I've got a real decent processor, i9 11th gen. It's an old one now, but it's 11th gen i9 8-core processor. It's not even running at 40%. So I got everything's running off of my NVMe Seagate 5 CUDA, really decent high performing NVMe drive. I've got a second NVMe drive, which is my data storage. So it's all very, very decent spec. My graphics card, it's an old graphics card, but it's definitely not maxing out. 27% low temperature. So again, you don't need up-to-date graphics cards. You just need a card that can run multiple monitors. That's why I got this one. But I'm thinking about replacing. I've got a few other ones, much better ones, so I might try and replace it. But I'm seeing lag on this. I still think it's an issue with, probably not Rhythmic. I reckon it's NinjaTrader. So that's my gut feeling, NinjaTrader. And that's why I like to report the bugs to them. And that's why I always get a bit nervous when I've got my own code in there as well. So I've just removed all my own code. I'm still seeing lag. So I know it's definitely nothing to do with my indicators. I'm a good coder, by the way. I'm not saying NinjaTrader are not. They do a brilliant job. I think that's a brilliant platform. Hopefully, Claude, you've got the Discord link. Any problems, let me know. I'm just logging down into my description now. I think it's there. Join my Discord. Yeah, it's definitely there. So anyway, I'm done trading today. I've had my 3 trades. I'm down 1R for today. So 2R loss yesterday, 1R loss today. These things happen. Even though I was green to start off with, like I said, I'm trading eval accounts, so I have a slightly different strategy. When I'm trading that on my live account, I literally will take the first green and walk, whether it's $10 or $1,000. But on my evals, I have a slightly different strategy. So I trade a little bit more often, only because and again, because they're the 30 days, I'm not a big fan of this with Apex. They're new accounts, which are great because you get instant payouts and stuff like that. I think they're still brilliant, but you have to trade in 30 days, otherwise the accounts just expire. And that teaches you not to be patient. It forces you to make trades, forces you into trading when you shouldn't need a trade, which goes all against how I generally trade. So that's why I use a Top Step account as well, and I use that's my slow account, doesn't matter, and that's an end of day drawdown. So Top Step's great. I prefer Apex because I love the fact you can have 20 accounts, and you know, a $500 day, that's a 10,000 on 20 accounts, that's $5,000 a day. $10,000, yeah, whatever it was I said earlier, I've forgotten. It's really hot in here. What's the temperature? 27 degrees. So, and the sun is literally about to come through the window now, so I'm going to be calling it a day before it gets really hot. So I appreciate everyone watching. I will leave my live stream running for a bit. I might flick it over to my other screen, but I will be updating my software, so probably won't be no point because there won't be nothing to watch. So I will be back tomorrow at 9 AM. There's nothing really exciting to talk about now. I like the long, by the way. I still like the long, but maybe wait for the, let's go back to this. ES. Here we go. We have slight increased volume on that green candle and reduced volume. So again, I'm not a big fan of this. While it's sitting here, I'm not a fan. You could argue and say we're putting in a bit of a flag. So I would probably stick to my original plan, and that will be the breakdown of the ORB. Look for that on increased volume. We'll see increased volume as we have a breaking candle setting up, or look for a breakdown and retest of previous day's low. Come back into that for the short. Again, you're looking for increased volume as we break out, decrease in volume as we are pulling back into that yesterday's low, and then we want increase in volume to be the breaking candle down. So that's what we're looking for. And that is what I'll be watching for. I might trade a bit later, but as it's sitting in this range, I'm not doing anything. I want to see it get out of this 15-minute range. Nasdaq's ORB didn't trigger, by the way. You could argue and say the next one there's a break and retest, which did trigger. So this is a valid entry here. So that's potentially a valid trade, this break and a retest. A little bit of air gap there on increasing volume as well, but it was a big top and tail candle. So maybe that might work. Look at this though. Increase in price, decrease in volume. So it looks good for the short based on volume, that is. So if you're in on this break and retest on Nasdaq, obviously I can't say how it's going to go, but it looks like it might want to work. We're holding the low of this opening range. Target wise, I've got that one there. So we've got in on that candle there. It's about there. You want to get 1R, you're looking at around 27,550. 2R is around 27,450 area, 27,500. 3R 2,700, 27,350. So that's potentially the zones you can watch on here. And then if we are to go back into, oh, we can't see that, but that's a big, remember there's a volume void down in that area as well. So it could be a good sell-off area. So keep an eye on that. Looking a bit weaker. This is obviously looking a bit stronger. So that's it. Look at the comments quickly before I go. John says, are your footprint charts 15-second based? And they are based on whatever you want it to be. I have mine set to 10 range. I'll show you. This is a 10 range chart. So it doesn't use time, it uses a range, but you can set it to 5 minute, whatever. You can choose whatever you want to do. I've got 10 range, but you've got loads of different settings for that. Mo says, thanks Paul, have a great day. And then John says, thank you for showing you how you trade and see the markets. There's no problem. I appreciate you watching. And again, it's great because we've got accountability. There's people watching what I talk about as well. And if I'm not quite right or don't understand, then hopefully you can say, what do you mean? Or if you see me taking hundreds of trades, you can remind me, say, Paul, you only take 3 trades a day, so stop. Anyway, John says 10 range. Yes, 10 range. I find 10 range is brilliant. It took me ages to get used. Well, it didn't take ages. It was quite quick to get used to it because I realised how valuable it was. Because we're looking because we've got uniform footprint charts, you know, every candle's the same size. So that means instead of me focusing on time and how, whether it's a big candle or a small candle, I can focus on volume. I can focus on the order flow. I can see where the point of controls are. I can see where the most amount of volume's trading in these candles as well, which means the analysis is a lot better. So I've got 5-minute charts above, 15 minutes top right. I have a 2-minute cumulative delta divergence, which is a 2-minute and a delta below. So I don't need, so 10 range is perfect. You know, that's why you see me zooming out quite a lot. So I'm just looking at these point of controls. These yellow bars are my point of controls. I'm just seeing where there's more clustered together. So this area here is a resistance area, and look where the price came back down to. I mean, a support area. Price came back down twice into that area. That's why I said I like the long, because there's lots of point of controls clustered in that one little area. If you see them aligned 3 or 4 in a row, then that's even more powerful, because that's like a line point control. You know where the buyers and sellers are sitting. So like I said, we've tapped it once, tapped it twice. How many times we're going to tap that area before we finally break through, I don't know. But look at this, 2 delta flips as well. So basically we've gone from a high volume candle to a low volume buying candle. Look at that lack of buyers on that candle. That's why we've got a delta flip. Same on this one, lots of buyers coming in, and then suddenly it turned to selling. So lack of buyers, more selling, lack of buyers, more selling. So the delta flip is just a guide, just to let you know. It doesn't mean you can get in on these delta flips, but you can use it as a change of reversal. So when you see them at the low, like down here, look at these low delta flips, pretty much absolutely spot on. I only watching them at key levels, and we're at pre-market low and yesterday's lows. We had some lows earlier. I think we had some delta flips right on the lows. I think we did, and some on the highs. So basically, you got the noise in between, but at key levels, that's when you want to be watching delta flips. So there's no key levels for me here, so I'm ignoring delta flips. But at the lows down here, where we're sitting at yesterday's pre-market low and yesterday's low, that's a key level. So that's why I keep an eye on these delta flips, because you know buyers and sellers are exchanging. And look at that, we held that cluster area as well. Got all these clusters of volume down there, and we held that area again. So we know that's a key area, 74.31. But then we are holding this area up here. So we know there's a seller sitting at 74.37. NASDAQ is showing a little bit more strength. First 2 green candles for about an hour. We're back down in that area again. Are we going to hold that area again, or are we going to bounce? We're just when it gets like this is when you don't want to trade. This is walk away stuff. That's why I'm walking away. Anyway, I will be back tomorrow, so I appreciate every single person. If you want to pick up the sale of the century, obviously I'm going to say that 50% off. Don't forget, using my code SUMMER26, you get the footprint charts, or you can get all my indicators 50% off for life as well. If you buy all my indicators, it's 50% off, so it's only $500. I'll also throw in the lifetime Discord as well, and that will come with everything on Discord, all the premium stuff, and that'll be for lifetime as well. Okay, so thank you for watching. If you do buy anything, make sure you send me a message as well so I can link you, because obviously I only see user IDs. Okay, thank you for watching. I will see you tomorrow. Trade safe, A+ setups only.